Good morning, everyone. This is Alice Stollmeyer, the founder and executive director of Defend Democracy, and today we are coming live from Vilnius, Lithuania. We are here at the Forum on the Future of Democracy, and I'm doing live interviews with some of the speakers and guests. And my first interview will be with Tetiana Pechonchyk. She is the head of the board of the Ukrainian Human Rights Center ZMINA, and she just told me that means change. Tetiana, for our viewers, can you tell us a bit more about yourself and about your work?
Yes, good morning, dear colleagues. I'm grateful to be here in Vilnius and also talk to you online. And here I'm for the future of democracy and to talk about the perspectives and how we can protect the democratic space. I am a human rights defender from Ukraine, and I've been working in human rights sector starting from 2012, from actually the time when our former president Yanukovych tried to build an authoritarian state in Ukraine, and then he was overthrown by the Euromaidan revolution. And so starting from that times, me and my organization, Human Rights Center ZMINA, we work to build a country where every citizen can protect its own rights. And we do a lot of work connected to campaigning, awareness raising, human rights education, monitoring, but also advocacy, reforming the country. And of course, a big part of our work, starting from 2014, is connected with the effects of the Russian anti-aggression occupation of the part of the Ukrainian territories and protection of the population who suffers from the war.
Thank you. So, as I already mentioned, we're here in Vilnius, Lithuania, for the Forum on the Future of Democracy. What does democracy mean to you, both personally and professionally?
Democracy is like an air. If you go on the street in Vilnius and ask people what is the most important for them, perhaps no one will mention clean air. But if you go on the street in the city, where a big, for example, enterprise is located, which is polluting an air, where people do not have enough fresh air, when they have cancer and other diseases from it. And you ask people, what is the most important to you? Probably many of them would say fresh air. So the countries that have the luxury of being in a democratic systems, they use results and benefits of these systems without noticing it. And we in Ukraine, we are on the edge of protecting democracy, while it's challenged not by our own government, but by our neighboring country, by the external aggressor that attacked Ukraine starting from 2014 until now, where the large-scale invasion is continuing. And in the military terms, Ukraine was much weaker, of course, than in Russia. But for many people in Ukraine, it is clear that we defend not only our country, our land, but we also defend our democracy. And the movement of Ukraine towards the EU and towards the democratic world was the reason why we are suffering from such a big attack. So democracy for us is something which is essential, which is a code that our people proved 2 times, at least that I experienced 2 revolutions, Orange Revolution in 2014, and then in 10 years Euromaidan, and where people are paying the ultimate price for defending this space with their lives and with their freedom.
Yeah, that's quite a price to pay indeed, and shows how very, very important democracy is. I think for me personally, democracy ultimately is about freedom and human dignity, and so it goes very, very deep.
Yeah.
Prior to working as an activist, you have also worked as a journalist. Now, both professions are very important to democracy. Now, in your personal experience, what are the differences and similarities between journalism and activism?
I think for preserving of democracy, journalists and civil society activists are both very important, and we are allies, and we are fighting together in Ukraine, in any country. I remember very well when I was a journalist, and I was working as journalist starting from 2003-4 for 10 years, and we have, space for freedom of speech in Ukraine, but our institutions were not functional. So when I was covering the issues of torture or some injustice, and that was possible to publish these stories, but then nothing changed. So the law enforcement system was not working, there was still impunity, and one day I discovered myself standing with a banner in front of the General Prosecutor's office demanding to investigate the case of torture. And then I noticed that probably I crossed the line between journalism and activism, because as a journalist you are supposed to inform the audience what is happening, to discover the truth, but you are not so much involved then in advocating every single case. But as civil society activist, as human rights defender, you use other methods to fight for justice, to fight for human rights, to fight for rule of law. So I think sometimes this edge between journalism and activism is a little bit vague, but still I think both of these two groups are crucial for preserving democracy.
Mm-hmm. And did you learn from your experience as a journalist some skills perhaps that you could now use as an activist?
Yes, of course. As I mentioned, ZMINA is doing a lot in terms of awareness raising in Ukraine, and that is very important because we also do some research, national-wide opinion polls. And in Ukraine, it's for me was also very clear, but it was proven by the scientific data. So we have, like, every 2 years, we have the assessment how Ukrainians perceive human rights, values and freedoms, whether they protect their own rights and with use of which means. And in Ukraine, media are crucial in terms of human rights protection, because on the first place, when we asked people what is the best option, how to protect their own rights, and we gave them like 30 variants, like going to the local authorities, ombudsman, court, law enforcement, even, paying some bribes and corruption, trying to solve. So there were a lot of variants, and one of them was go to the media and make your story public. And that was assessed by the Ukrainians on the first place. So people in our country think the best they can do to protect their own rights when they are violated is to inform the media. And also from the other side, we were asking people from which sources they gain their knowledge about human rights. And also there were different variants like schools, universities, or maybe social media, etc., etc. And again, media, journalists were on the first place. So maybe in the well-functioning democracy, the best place to get your knowledge about your rights is like a system of formal education, schools and universities, and not media. And also there are other means to protect their rights like courts or law enforcement bodies, etc., but not media. But in Ukraine, at least at this point where we are standing now, we have a situation when journalists have a lot of leverage. So we work a lot with journalists, training them on human rights. We do also long education courses for professors in journalism from different universities, so they, prepare young journalists. And also we have a part of media are journalists by ourselves. We have a media outlet, and we inform like on a daily basis about the situation in Ukraine with human rights, not only in Ukraine, but in Iran, in other countries. So people in Ukraine know what is happening, and being informed, then they can make a better choice in their actions.
Sounds great. Fantastic work.
Thank you.
Must be a lot of many hours and hard work to do all of that.
Yeah.
Before working, so you've been working on human rights and rule of law and democracy for many years. Now, how has Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine changed your daily work?
Yeah, it changed our work 9 years and 9 months ago when Russia started its invasion and occupation of the Crimean Peninsula. I remember that day very well. That was like the beginning, like official beginning of the Russian aggression, which was also recognized by the declaration of the Ukrainian Parliament. The Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine is 20th of February 2014. And this is also the day where Russian occupiers were also awarded with medals for the occupation of Crimea with this clear date. So that was also the day of Euromaidan when the biggest number of protesters were killed. So when it was a big bloodshed in Kiev, in the center of Kiev, on Maidan Nezalezhnosti Square, Russia, in the very same day when we had like a fire in our house, our neighbor came to to steal our coal. So like it's like to put it in a simple metaphor, but they started in the very same day occupation of Crimea, and of course it was a lot of resistance from the very beginning, including big Crimean Tatar gathering in front of the Crimean parliament. And that from the very first days we also started our work in Crimea on the documentation of grave human rights abuses and war crimes. There were a number of torture and forced disappearances in the first months of Russian occupation of Crimea, and then on the every new circle of Russian aggression, the amount of crimes multiplied. After the occupation of Crimea, Russia immediately started its war in Donbass with much more crimes. And now, after the beginning of the large-scale invasion, it was also multiplied. So now we have the majority of our work is connected with the documentation of war crimes and atrocities, with investigation, with cooperation of law enforcement prosecutors' office in Ukraine, and with international justice mechanisms to be able to collect as much as evidence as possible. But from the other side, all these years, Ukraine is continuing its democratic reforms. And as civil society, of course, we are also inside that process. And our mission as ZMINA is also to bring as much human rights standards as possible to every reform, be it reform of police or prosecutor's office or judicial reform or anti-discrimination legislation, etc., etc. So I would say like Alice in Wonderland, you have to run 2 times quicker just to be, on the same spot. But in order to proceed, you have to run 3 times quicker.
Wow, that's very impressive, and I'm really, really wishing Ukraine and your organization and you all the best with your good work. So to conclude this first interview, I would like to ask you, is there one message or thought that you would like our audience to remember from our conversation, or from the Forum on the Future of Democracy, or about democracy in general, and what would that message or thought be?
The message is that there should not be compromises with dictators, because on the example of our country, we already experienced that when Crimea was occupied without military resistance of Ukraine, and we were hoping that it will be end. But then it was a war in Donbass with 13,000 of people being killed. And then it was also frozen. That was a Minsk agreement, and etc., etc. But it led us to the next, much more devastating war. So there should not be compromises, and people have not to be tired of continuing our fight and our struggle till the democracy ultimately wins and till all perpetrators are brought to justice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. For who are joining us just now, I'll repeat what I said in my first interview. My name is Alice Stollmeyer. I'm the founder and executive director of Defend Democracy. And today we are doing live interviews here in Vilnius, Lithuania. And we are at the Forum on the Future of Democracy. I'm about to do the second interview of today, and my guest is William Yang. William, you are a freelance correspondent covering the Greater China region, and you are based in Taiwan. Now, for our viewers, can you tell us a bit more about yourself and about your work?
Hi everyone, my name is William Yang. I am a freelance correspondent mostly covering the Greater China region for international media outlets like Voice of America and Deutsche Welle. I have been a journalist for almost 8 years now. I started my career covering the domestic politics and foreign policy in Taiwan, and then later expanded my coverage scope to other parts of the Chinese-speaking world. So right now, I mainly focus on China, China's influence in different parts of the world, China's human rights situation, China's civil society, and also the situation in Hong Kong, where we have been seeing dramatic changes over the last few years.
Indeed, and later today we'll be speaking with someone from Hong Kong. Now, today we are here in Lithuania at the Forum on the Future of Democracy. What does democracy mean to you, both personally and professionally?
Yeah, I think democracy for me is, as a Taiwanese, as a journalist, it's something that guarantees my way of life. So, for example, as a Taiwanese, we have long been living under the constant threat from China trying to unify or impose its system onto Taiwan. So having democracy means that we have our way to express our opinions through elections, through referendums. And these actions, in fact, have all been very important for Taiwan to defend itself, to safeguard its sovereignty and system, and also just the everyday lifestyle that Taiwanese people have been able to enjoy. And then as a journalist, working in a democracy means that my work will not be infringed by any government-imposed rules. There are press freedom, there are rooms for me to access important documents, to ask critical questions towards authorities and officials, and also use the important reporting that I conduct to inform the society without a way from the government to try to interfere or to try to control the narrative.
Mm-hmm. Including via new technologies.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. So, if I'm not mistaken, you studied in the United States, but you're now back in Taiwan. Can you name some similarities and or differences between their two democracies?
Yeah, I think one similarity is that both the US and Taiwan have very vibrant party politics, which means that political parties are very engaged in policy making, in civil society engagement. We are seeing a lot of different involvement and actions from political parties when it comes to engaging with the public. And it's also both are a two-party system, which means that we mostly see the change of power between two major parties. But the one big difference, I think, in Taiwan versus the US is that I would say the elections in Taiwan are more straightforward. The system is less complicated like the United States. It has a legislature, kind of like the parliament, where people elect lawmakers that will be amending, passing laws that will then, that are either recommended by the government or that are basically proposed by the lawmakers. And then we have the presidential election where we will elect the executive government members, but mostly the president, who will then be appointing the cabinets to form the government itself. Whereas I think in the United States, we have the state level politics, we have the federal level politics, and then you have the House and the Senate, and it's a much complicated system compared to Taiwan, and their, I think, electoral college is also a very unique form of, I think, reflecting democracy in a way. And so I think, but what is, I think, connecting Taiwan and the United States is that both are very strongly upholding rule of law, which is very important these days, I think, in different parts of the world or even on the international stage. And both are also very committed to maintaining security status quo, especially across the Taiwan Strait, through, democratic means. So that, and then I think both are countries that are continuing to try to deepen their relationship with other like-minded countries. So I think one of the most important example over the last few years is the flourishing of the bilateral relations between Taiwan and Lithuania. Taiwan opened its representative office here in Vilnius about 2 years ago, and we have seen a lot of global attention on the deepening of the ties on different fronts. And I think in turn, Lithuania also started to even see further deepening of their interactions with the US as well. So I think this is one example where Taiwan and the US are both very committed to continuing to help defend the rules-based order by deepening their cooperation with other like-minded countries.
Great, thank you. You are based in Taiwan, and I recently visited for the first time. It was only 2.5 days, but I met civil society organizations, and it's a very vibrant scene, and I really loved it. But I could sense, of course, it was not easy. I couldn't ignore it even if I wanted to. The recent geopolitical tensions, have they changed your work as a journalist?
Yes, I think, the rising military and security threats coming from China has then brought Taiwan into the global spotlight, but in a way that is being framed as a very small frontline democracy that's kind of sandwiched in between two great powers in the world that are engaged in this, I think, competition, long-term competition that doesn't seem an end to it. And so I think in a way, it's great that we're seeing a lot more international discussion and attention paying to Taiwan, but it's mostly through this hard power lens, which is the potential looming invasion from China to achieve the unification with Taiwan, and how democratic countries in the region or around the world could play a role to help reduce that tension or delay that possibility, and to deter China from adopting the invasion as their option of achieving unification. So a lot of my work in the past probably will focus more on China's own civil society's development, the crackdown on human rights people. But now in the last year and a half or 2 years, I have to start covering a lot more about security aspect of the regional dynamics. So including China's military activities in the region, including the US deepening its collaboration with neighboring countries of Taiwan, including Japan and the Philippines, and also looking at how China's aggression is changing different countries' calculation when it comes to Taiwan. We see, for example, even a country like Lithuania, which is tens of thousands of miles away from Taiwan, even put forward their own Indo-Pacific strategy. And that, I think, it's another reflection of how the scope of my work now has to reach to different parts of the world that are all thinking about the same thing, which is how is this potential conflict across the Taiwan Strait going to affect their own country, affect their own country's interest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I hear a lot of people in my like, let's say, colleagues who have like either recently visited Taiwan or are planning to. So it's really on many people's minds. I suppose we can look at China's behavior toward Taiwan as a form of a sharp power, also known as hybrid or political warfare. Are there any lessons we can learn from the Taiwanese situation and from the Taiwanese democratic resilience that perhaps countries like Ukraine and Moldova could learn from? Or the other way around, if perhaps Taiwan can learn something from the Ukrainians and their resilience?
Yeah, I think this process has already been ongoing. We've seen some Ukrainian academics coming to Taiwan since the beginning of the Ukrainian war last year, and then sharing a lot of different insights about civil defense, because that's an area I think where Ukraine has really done very well since the war started. And that's an area where Taiwan hasn't really started thinking about what they should do in order to prepare the civilians for a looming attack such as an invasion by a major power like China. And on the other hand, I think the Ukrainians have also been learning quite a bit about how Taiwan deals with disinformation coming from China, because similar to Ukraine, in a way that Taiwan shares the same language with China. So for China to launch any disinformation campaigns against Taiwan is much easier. The threshold is much easier. There's less language barrier for them to actually achieve that. Whereas in Ukraine, parts of Ukraine speaks Russian. So I think that's also a form of disinformation that they can tackle. So I think both sides have been engaged in a lot of these workshops and exchanges and even trainings about sharing ideas about how to deal with disinformation. And I think going forward, another form maybe for hopefully post-war Ukraine and countries like Moldova, which is facing a lot of, I think, internal divisions because of the external influence coming from a major power like Russia, is how to re-establish a democratic system that can guarantee that elections and campaigns and I think politics will not be so much, so easily influenced by outside powers and disinformation and influence campaigns, cognitive warfare is coming from an adversary like China or Russia. I think Taiwan over the last 2.5 decades have demonstrated that it is able to uphold democracy and push forward elections in a very fair and I think credible and way that without, even with the attempts from China to try to interfere in every election that Taiwan is having. And at the same time, allowing and having civil society organizations working with the government to enhance people's awareness about these disinformation campaigns, enhance people's media literacy and abilities to identify these campaigns and how to prevent themselves from falling victim to these campaigns. I think these are maybe the things that Taiwan have been doing that other countries that are facing similar issues might be able to learn from.
Indeed, and I think it's very, very useful not just to learn from countries like Taiwan and Ukraine, but for also countries, any democracies can learn from each other by exchanging more and learning from each other's best practices. And I think we should do that more. So one more question for you. If there is any message or thought that you would like our audience to remember, either from our conversation or from the Forum of Democracy on the Future of Democracy, or on democracy in general, what would your message be?
I think my message would be that we are at an age where democracy is becoming more fragile, is facing a lot more challenges because of the fact that autocratic countries are starting to see some openings for them to try to capitalize on these weaknesses or challenges that democracy originally has. But as we see the examples of how democratic countries can build their own network, their own connections between each other through the examples, I think, in Taiwan, Lithuania, Ukraine, or Taiwan with other like-minded Baltic countries. Our foreign minister was just here on a visit, even though there's no diplomatic ties between Taiwan and these countries. But I think these examples are very important reminders that democracy is still worth protecting and worth defending. And the best way for that is for democratic countries or people in democratic countries to come together, find different creative ways to strengthen and deepen their exchanges and deepen their understandings.
Fantastic. Hear, hear. Great. Thank you so much for this interview.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome back from Vilnius, Lithuania. We're still at the Forum on the Future of Democracy, and I'm about to do my third interview of today. My name is Alice Stollmeyer. I'm the founder and executive director of Defend Democracy. My third guest today is Ayesha Malette, and Ayesha is the director of the Democracy Division of Canada's Office of Human Rights, Freedom and Inclusion. Welcome, Ayesha.
Thank you for having me.
For our viewers, can you tell us a bit more about yourself and about your work?
With pleasure. First of all, thank you so much, Alice, for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. This is my first time at the Vilnius Forum on the Future of Democracy, and it's been a really fascinating experience. A little bit about myself. I am a career public servant. I've been with the federal government in Canada for about 15 years now in a variety of different roles with expanding responsibilities and files. For the last 2 years, I've been with Canada's Ministry of Foreign Affairs as the director of the Democracy Division, which I'm biased, but I think is the best title and best job to have in the government of Canada. But before that, I have had roles within our national security institutions at Public Safety Canada and within the Privy Council Office, which is the nonpartisan office that supports the Prime Minister of Canada on questions related to intergovernmental affairs and democratic institutions.
Sounds great. And I think it's a pretty title indeed.
Yeah.
So, as we are here in Vilnius, Lithuania, at the Forum on the Future of Democracy, what does democracy mean to you, both personally and professionally?
I'll start with the professional side because I think that is an important groundwork for the work that we do. I'm relatively new to this role, but a long-standing believer in democracy. And for me, when I think about democracy in the context of the work that I do, it really is about supporting the voice of the people, to be able to express their opinions without fear of repression, to be able to hold governments to account, whether it's through journalism, whether it's through access to information requests and open government, whether it's about being able to engage in discussions around the policy questions that a country is tackling. And it's really about agency, about personal agency that people have to set the future of their country in the right way. Of course, there are tons of institutions that underpin that, whether it's free and fair elections overseen by public servants like myself, good governance, access to services that are efficient, that are free of corruption, just a feeling of engagement that people have about the future of their country. So that's the professional side. On the personal side, both as a person who works to ensure that in Canada, Canadians feel like they can talk to us, that they can engage with their government, has been really meaningful because I firmly believe that democracy is not just something we should tackle or tend to every year or every 4 years through elections. Democracy is a daily and ongoing process, whether it's about your engagement in your community, whether it's about engagement with, in your volunteer activities, how you talk about your country, how you project the values that are important, that are about inclusion, that are about diversity, that are about hearing other voices, being able to dialogue. And those are things that I carry in my personal life as well.
And I very much agree that I often say that democracy is like a marriage, and it's something that you need to work on every day to keep it healthy. Absolutely.
And in similar metaphor, every garden needs water, it needs fertilizer, it needs care. And it's really important to not forget how fragile it can be. And my work has exposed me to that more so when I look at the state of democracy around the world, where we've all seen the same statistics coming out of Freedom House or about from VDEM talking about how there are more people on this planet living in closed or autocratic regimes than there are people living in democracies at this point in time. 5.7 billion people on this planet are living in closed or closing government or autocratic regimes at this moment. And there are other reports that talk about diminishing or closing civic spaces. So even the ability of people to question their government, to hold them to account, to ask for information that they should be entitled to as citizens is diminishing. And that's happening both online and offline. Mm-hmm. And so it reminds me that this is a very fragile privilege that I have as a Canadian, and one that I want to help ensure that other people around the planet get as well.
And thank you for your work. So, Ayesha, you're working as a diplomat now, so that means focusing on democracy in other countries. But you've also worked on democracy at home in Canada. Can you tell us more about that?
With pleasure. So prior to taking on a role with our foreign ministry, I mentioned I was with the Privy Council office, which has as part of its mandate to support Canadian democratic institutions. This includes our structures domestically. And so for 2 years, I had the privilege of leading the efforts to develop a plan to counter foreign interference in our Canadian elections. This was in 2019. We were seeing a growing trend of interference in elections around the world, and Canada wanted to be prepared. And so over the course of that time, and with support from so many people across multiple departments, with stakeholders outside of government, with activists, with citizens, we developed a plan to counter foreign interference in our Canadian elections. And it had 4 pillars. The plan still has 4 pillars. First pillar was really focused on citizens and building their resilience to misinformation, to disinformation, helping them be literate and media savvy so that they know what they're looking at and they can ask the right questions about what this information is intended to elicit in terms of emotions, where it's coming from, is it accurate, is it current, all the questions that we need citizens to play a role in countering mis and disinformation. We're trying to build that sense within Canadians. So a big focus on citizens was our first pillar. A second pillar was really focused on the institutions and organizations within government. This includes our political parties, who are such a critical element of democracy, particularly in Canada, about our public institutions, our public government, public administration organizations, to help us internally understand and be prepared to deal with any instances of foreign interference, both in terms of identifying it and also in responding to it. Canada put out some really innovative reports at that time explaining what online mis and disinformation could look like from within our cyber institutions and our cybersecurity agencies, as well as what it looks like offline and what countries are most commonly perpetrating that kind of activity. These are publicly available reports that folks can read. But that second pillar was really focused on looking at our institutions and building resilience and support within those institutions. No plan to counter foreign interference can ignore the vital role that social media and big tech platforms have to play. So a third pillar really focused on engaging them in voluntary measures to protect our elections. And then the final pillar, which is now where I spend a lot of my energy and time, was around engaging with international partners who are also dealing with the same types of issues to build mutual understanding and to share best practices and to learn from one another about what works and what doesn't work in terms of how to counter questions and issues of foreign interference. That plan has remained in place, of course, with multiple updates since I've left, but it's one of the things that I really find has been a powerful moment in my career to be able to contribute to the democracy in Canada.
Yeah, sounds great. And so it's ready for the next elections?
It was used in the 2019 election and has been used in subsequent elections. We at the end of the electoral cycle in 2019, reports were published, independent reports looking back at the election to confirm to Canadians, which I think was critical, that nothing had met the threshold of was considered foreign interference in our 2019 elections. And of course, we've had elections in the interim since then, and those reports continue to be published to confirm to Canadians and help build their confidence and trust that their institutions are vigilant in looking out for foreign interference in elections.
Yeah, great. in your earlier work, you also focused on security. Now, how does security relate to democracy, and have the two become more closely linked in the recent years?
Yeah, so my team within Global Affairs is housed within the International Security branch of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I don't think that's an accident. I think it's clear that democracies, and there's evidence to show that democracies are more stable, there is less conflict, there is more focus on the long-term pervasive issues that are affecting us globally, and that safety and security and economic prosperity is essential and critical to national security. So I think it's very, the issues of democracy and national security are very closely interlinked because one is the foundation for the other and vice versa. Where I think we've seen issue in other parts of the world is where the agencies or elements of national security play a very heavy-handed role in protecting or defending democracy. And that, I think, is a balance that every country really needs to be careful in sending a good balance. Because my time was focused on questions of critical infrastructure and national security in Canada. And I think where there is space for dissent, for peaceful dissent, for protest, for Canadians to engage in questions around democracy, you can strike an excellent balance between having national security and security.
Mm-hmm. And has the relation between democracy and security changed over the last years? I mean, given the geopolitical situation?
I think it absolutely has. My sense is that there is, just that close linkage is resulting in thinking about democracy as one of the inputs or drivers for security, and that connection is being made much more clearly. We are living in a very fraught and complicated geopolitical time. A lot of balance of power has shifted. We look to our multilateral institutions for support and guidance, and we're seeing huge efforts to undermine our rules-based international system, one that has underpinned the way the world has worked for a long time successfully with a lot of positive outcomes. But it is becoming absolutely more intertwined and more fraught. And so when I think about democracy and democracy under threat, I see some of the internal pressures I've already referenced. I see some of these external pressures that are coming from other countries in the world that are also pushing their own approaches or disagreement around democracy and very strong authoritarian narratives. And then, of course, there's the digital piece as well. And that is the one that underpins both the internal and external threats, and it's a vector for how that work is done.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you. So we're already at our last question. Time flies. It's such a great conversation. If there is one message or thought that you would like our viewers to remind of either our conversation or the forum of today or on democracy in general, what would that thought or message be?
Yeah, that is a great question. So this is my first time at the forum on the future of democracy. And what has become very evident to me over the course of these last few days here and in discussing with journalists, with activists who are here, with representatives of different governments, is just that we cannot take democracy for granted. Coming back to the earlier point that we were sort of talking about, we can't take it for granted, and it requires work. It requires our constant energy if we want it to survive. We've heard from experts, from activists in exile. We've heard from people who are striving to build democracy in their own countries. And we can't undervalue the privilege that we have in places where our democracies are longer established, not without fault, not without flaw. I think we really do try to take a humble approach to understanding our own challenges. But we really have something special that's worth defending and that is worth working on to continuously improve. Democracy is not an end goal. It's a state. I always think of every democracy in development. And for me, we can't take that for granted. We have to continue to push forward and really support those that are working to do that in their own countries as well.
Thank you, and I agree. Thank you for this interview.
My pleasure.
Thank you, viewers, for joining us. And we'll have one more interview to go in, I think, an hour or so. So join us soon. Good afternoon, dear viewers. Welcome back to our fourth and final interview live from Vilnius, Lithuania. And we are still at the Forum on the Future of Democracy. My final guest is Nathan Law, a pro-democracy activist from Hong Kong. Nathan, welcome.
Thank you so much, Alice.
For our viewers at home or at their work, can you tell us a bit more about yourself and about your story?
So my name is Nathan. I'm from Hong Kong. 3.5 years ago, I had to leave Hong Kong because my name was on the wanted list. And now I'm a political refugee based in the United Kingdom. I used to be a protest leader in 2014's Umbrella Movement. I was elected as the youngest parliamentarian in Hong Kong's history at the age of 23. And I went to jail because of my activism. For now, I'm still campaigning for Hong Kong and for democracy as a whole. So just a moment ago, I finished a panel about our democratic renewal and how we can keep democracy alive. So that was pretty interesting discussion.
I imagine, and I'm sorry I missed it because I was here for other interviews, but I'm sure it was fascinating. And I know you have great views and about your activism and experience. So I'm sure you were able to share a lot about that. Since we're here at the Forum on the Future of Democracy, what does democracy mean to you, both personally and professionally?
Democracy used to be meaning a system that can make our lives better. But for now, it's about whether I can see my friends. It's whether I can go back to my home. Yeah. Since I left Hong Kong, thousands of people becoming political prisoners. One of my friends, we worked together since 2014. He's one of the most prominent face of Hong Kong. His name is Joshua Wong. He's been in jail for more than 3.5 years without a verdict. And there are many, many others having to endure the jail time like him. So for me, it used to be an ideal that I would pursue because I think having an accountable government, people that enjoy vibrant civil society and the ability to elect their government is a better system. But for now, it's much more painful. For now, it means that if there's a democracy, maybe they can leave jail. Maybe I can go back home. Maybe I can see my family again. So it becomes really, really personal.
Mm-hmm. Do you think you can go back home at some point?
When I left Hong Kong, I boarded a plane to London. And when it was taxiing and then when it flew to the sky, I looked down to Hong Kong. Hong Kong is famous for its nightscape. And I'm sure that was the nicest and most beautiful one that I've ever seen and I will never forget.
Yeah.
By the time I boarded the plane, I had accepted the fact that I may leave this city seemingly eternally. Even though I had the belief that Hong Kong would democratize, would be free again, but that feels like a far-fetched reality. That feels like a hope and a faith more than a reality calculation. But I still do believe that. I won't say that I've left home and I won't never go back. And whenever I say that I said a goodbye to Hong Kong, I will also say that was seemingly eternal goodbye. But along the way, I do believe that the Chinese regime will face a lot of legitimacy crisis. It will have to open up its ideology and open up its society. It may be decades, but I have that hope.
That's very important. It's amazing how some democracy activists, I mean, I also met Vladimir Kara-Murza, the Russian opposition leader, and it's just so inspiring that in the midst of all the oppression, people can remain very hopeful and really convinced that Russia will be free someday.
We're in a country where it had been through 2 Soviet occupation and 1 Nazi occupation, and the country of Lithuania managed to successfully to be independent, to enjoy democracy, and now it becomes one of the most iconic symbols of democracy around the world. It champions the relationship with Taiwan. It is critical towards the China's human rights violations, and it's become an example of democracy, to be honest, in European Union. So for me, I would say that, yeah, that there are a lot of hurdles and difficulties that we are facing. And so do the other successful experience, which turn out to be democratized. I often feel like even though we saw a lot of sufferings, we saw a lot of movement that ended up in misery, but that could be in the middle of a history.
Absolutely.
It could be just a chapter of how Hong Kong is democratized.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel like the same could apply to China, to Russia, to Iran, to many other places. And I am grateful that I still have the capacity to push history, to move with history. So yeah, it doesn't make me feel like nothing is possible. It rather makes me feel like maybe we will be in that day to see democracy comes.
That sounds good. Let's work for that. And thank you for all the very, very important work and activism that you do. So, as you now no longer live in Hong Kong, how has that changed your work as a democracy defender?
My line of work changed massively for the past decade. I was a protest leader, so my main work was protest, to organize protest. But then I became a legislator, so more of my time would be speaking at the chamber, making policy, making laws, doing debate. And then I went to become a political prisoner for a few months, which my idea was just to learn as much as possible to protect myself. And then for now, I've become an international advocate for Hong Kong, for the human rights abuses in China, but also for democracy around the world. So the line of work has been drastically different. There are lots of my time spent on building a strong diasporic communities of Hong Kong people in the UK, where we often host community events, cultural events. There was one particular event that I'm most proud of is we had a film festival and we bring all the banned movies from Hong Kong to the UK. Because in Hong Kong, they've passed regulations saying that if that movie is threatening national security, which the definition is really fake, if you are documenting the event of 2019 protest, you are violating national security. You can never screen that movie in Hong Kong. So there is a need for our community to make a platform for them, and that was part of the work that we were doing. But apart from that, there are lots of meetings with politicians, policymakers to make sure that we spread the message that, and they are more aware of what's happening on the ground and the appropriate measures to be taken. So this is also one line of work that I did not have when I was just a protest leader or a legislator in Hong Kong.
So you're constantly evolving.
Well, I'm not sure whether I'm evolving. Maybe I'm changing. Maybe I'm getting smarter or more stupid. Like maybe I'm getting more rusty or more fluent. But yeah, I think that there's a big motto in our movement is be water. That's from the martial arts master Bruce Lee, who's happened to be a Hong Konger, who's famous for his action movies and his philosophy on mixed martial arts. The idea of be water is that you have to accommodate yourself by changing your forms. You have to adopt the environment, and that pretty much sums up the changes that I have for the past 10 years. If I have to be someone who looks like the same thing, then it may not be able to adopt the ever-changing environment around me. So that was the protest motto, but that is also a motto for myself.
It's a beautiful motto. I love it. I'll
Yeah.
try to think of it more.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful. So, what I personally remember from, as an outsider watching live videos or video clips on social media about the protests in Hong Kong was how digital technologies and surveillance played a big role in how you had to organize your protests. Being a techie myself, I was very interested because I was watching video footage, not only on how people try to hide their faces, but how they even covered or destroyed facial recognition cameras, and they bought paper tickets for the metro so that you couldn't be traced of like who was joining a protest. And it made me wonder, is this the technological dystopia that is awaiting us all? So could you tell us more on how you organized those challenging digital dystopia circumstances? And is there a lesson or a message that you have for other democracies about, the new digital technologies and realities that we are designing and writing as we speak?
In a general term, whether the technological advancement is good for democracy or not, it depends on who uses it. In China, it's undoubtedly a regime that utilizes the technological capacity to do human rights abuses. We've seen it in the Uyghur population, we've seen it in the whole China, where they have this gigantic firewall and big censorship system. Even though you are texting in a supposedly private communication tool like WeChat, your message are being totally screened and read. And if you say something bad about Xi Jinping, the first one who read it is Xi Jinping. Right? It will be pinged and the message will be barred. So that is how much the surveillance it is. It even makes the Orwellian model in 1984 an understatement. It is much more technologically advanced than the Orwellian model that is depicted in the book. So in Hong Kong, yes, we are aware of the situation. We've adopted measures to counter it. As you said, there are also a lot of people using the internet in this decentralized and leaderless movement where they can do deliberation, brainstorming new protest tactics, and make it very fluid and unpredictable. So that was definitely a challenge it posed to this gigantic Chinese regime. But we also definitely see places like European Union where they have rigorous privacy policy and a lot of tools to make sure that this technological advancement does not infringe people's privacy and their rights as much as in autocratic regimes. So the question is, where is the line, how we can catch up, and whether the government can make relevant policy keeping up with the pace of the evolution of technology, where like the AI discussion is also pretty much centered around it. And I think that requires a lot of input from corporation and the civil society.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. One of the points that I often make is that we should not just look at regulating technology after the fact, so after it's already rolled out in society, but that we need to involve civil society and digital rights experts and ethicists and psychologists, even already upstream in the design process, to make sure that we embed the values in the new technologies. So that's one way of perhaps approaching this. Let me see. I had tons of questions more, but is there any particular thing that you learned today at the forum that you want to bring home to your work or to your colleagues? Or
in my session, there's a big reminder about, yes, there are problems in democracy, but we still have to defend it, defend the moral kind of values of democracy. There's a big ideological warfare orchestrated and organized by dictatorships that they want to undermine the values of democracy. 2 years ago, when I first came to Vilnius, I was also participating at the forum, the very first edition of it, and it was actually a kind of like preparation meeting for the Summer for Democracy by the Biden administration, which I was invited to speak as well. And before that, China rolled out a white paper, says that China, the democracy that works. So they're basically saying the US is a failing democracy, UK is a failing democracy, Europe is a failing democracy, only China is the democracy that works. And in the document, it says that China is a democracy, given that no one elected the whole leadership Politburo or Xi Jinping. It says that China enjoys rule of law, even though every verdict in mainland China is at the mercy of the Chinese Communist Party and is perversely seen as rule by law. They said that they have freedom, but there's like one Chinese online saying that yes, in China you have freedom of speech, but only once. When you criticize Xi Jinping, you disappear. So China is actively distorting the meaning of these terms that coined democracy. And they've been undermining the content of democracy. And that's the ideological warfare that they've been launching. They're really confident over their own system. They even write the quote-unquote political confidence into their constitutions, where they feel like this one-party state is the ultimate form of governance. So there's a lot of things that we have to fight against. Indeed, there are lots of things that we have to enhance in democracy. But one thing we should not do is to look at the system and say that maybe that is a better system. Maybe we can learn something from that. Because whenever you do that, whenever you cast a doubt over whether democracy is the best form among all the worst forms of politics that Churchill suggests, then you started to losing your fight. So I think this is a very important reminder to the critics of our system, which there are a lot of things deserved to be criticized. But one thing we should not do is to look at China and say that maybe we can learn from them, from how they govern their country. I think that is just a start of a crumbling of democracy.
Very important reminder, thank you. We're already nearing the end of our very interesting exchange. I know that we can easily discuss much more. We had longer conversations another time. But for today, let me wrap up our exchange here with this final question. If there is one message or thought that you would like our audience to remember from our conversation, or from the forum today, or about democracy in general, what would your message be?
Supporting democratic struggles is also supporting the democracy in your homeland. Many of you may see your rights and your freedom as taken for granted, but in many others around the world, they're sacrificing their lives to fight for that. So be vigilant, be aware of these authoritarian expansionist countries, and also be active in protecting our own system, and also supporting activists and democratic struggles as much as you can.
Thank you so much, Nathan, and thank you to everyone who joined us today live from Vilnius in Lithuania, and see you next year.
Thank you so much.